Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Today, we're going to be continuing our game dev project, but before we do, we're going to check in with the kitties. We do have Sky and Molly up in the tree. We have Ember, Mason, and Sammy on the bed. Hello there, Mika. Welcome. Checking around. Can I spot Sherbet? Sherbet has not been spotted. It is many cat cams, Mika. It is many cat cams. I have 6 cats, so I have to be able to, let you guys see all of them as often as possible. Let's see. Well, the bed is often the best place, but you know what? Actually, we got some good poses from Sky and Molly here. Look at that. Look at them all cozy. Okay. So, last time, we tried to get our logic for interwoven movement pattern. So, I wanted to recreate a bit of the kind of things we see out of HoloCure using the existing spawning logic that I have available, and it did not work. There were a lot of failure points in it. And part of what I think it's revealed is that the disconnect between how the spawner decides where to put it and the actual spawning process is starting to become an issue. Now, there are a couple of ways we can go about this. One, we can join our spawn point logic into our spawner logic, that instead of defining a spawn point and a spawner as separate things, we define the two as a combination. That this is a spawner that spawns on the screen or around the screen or in a grid, whatever. But it is a spawner that has logic to choose those positions and potentially maintain those positions. And it's that maintain the positions that I think is the important part. Did I break the game when I was experimenting? Let's find out. Did I leave in values in the configuration files that won't work now? Potentially that's what... Oh, no, it started. Okay, so this is what we were trying to make. And I'll refresh us on the broken in a moment. So, if I walk this way, we can see that there was this little pileup that was happening here, and now as we get far enough out, they're zooming to catch up. Now, with some behaviors, if this was just a wave of enemies, where periodically they rush from right to left, it is not meant to be a cohesive pattern, this is fine. What isn't fine is this over here, where we have this big old traffic jam happening. So that should never happen. Even if we're not doing a cohesive pattern, we shouldn't be having this log jam down here at the bottom or anywhere like that. So this is what told me what we're doing isn't really accomplishing what I want it to. All of these lines should be flowing steadily, like this one right below the health bar. That should be constant. If one gets removed, the whole line keeps going. If I change directions, whole line keeps going. It shouldn't matter. But right now, it very much does. And again, this is fine for just a row of 10 of them pops out and starts marching along. This is just fine, because that's a one-off. I could spawn them all in quick sequence and they march along. But it's when I want this mesh appearing that won't work. We're not going to tackle that today, though. That's going to be another culmination of work, is we need to get to the point where this can actually work. But to do that, we need some infrastructure, which is going to be an adventure. So one of the solutions, there's a lot of backstory going on here, folks. Sorry. If you do have questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. This isn't a heads down coding session. As much I'm learning as I go. If you want to learn along, you can learn along. If you have questions about what I am doing or why, ask them. It can help you understand what's happening. It can also help others as well as myself consider what we're doing and why. That sort of introspection, retrospection is important to the process. No worries there, Mika. No worries there. We do try to keep it very mellow here. Back in the day, we played a great deal of Noida on the stream. I often used a lot more energetic music for that, but I found that as we've gone along, especially as we've shifted gears to still do some gaming streams, but do some programming streams, that I think leaning into the mellow has been good for everybody. And I do like that we have come around to the very chill violin, piano, well, piano, strings, music, that kind of thing. It's very relaxing. So the first pattern that I think we want to catch... Oh. It broke. It broke. Let's see. For the duration, we were capped at... I mean, 405 megabytes is nothing. That's okay. Why did it stop? Because it's like we're in a pause state. And I could reset it, but I think there's any number of surfaces that could have caused a problem there. The fact that we had hit that many enemies at once is already an issue. So today's goal, as we're doing a quick debug of this, today's goal is to create a snake. Not necessarily, and not a snake sprite or something like that, but we want a chain of enemies that behaves as a little group. There will be one leader, the head of the snake, and all of the others follow that back to back. So the second follows the head, the third follows the second, and so on. We can just kind of propagate the movement backwards. Now, there will be extra logic for what happens if the head is removed, or if some part of the body is removed in the middle. Molly has an itchy ear. But that comes next. The first thing is getting it to where when we spawn a group, or when a spawn is triggered, we're spawning a whole group of them, and that there will be an overarching controller to a group of entities. That's going to mean a couple of things. Is one, we need the ability to spawn a group of entities in a configuration that will be useful to us. And two, we need the idea of we need a thing that constitutes a group of entities with the ability to manipulate each of them. Now, part of that is actually going to be relatively straightforward. So spawning multiple and whatnot, we've already got a lot of that logic in there. So that's just going to be a matter of merging. I'm leaving this here because I want to see if the glitch happens again. We can see part of the problem is there's a whole lot of things appearing, and there shouldn't be that many of them appearing. Now, part of the problem is... Oh, there was a hitch there. There was a whole hitch there. I think part of what we're getting is this. So as I'm moving along, we can see this number is going up. You can see 3 digits of the number. But that's the number of entities on the screen. An entity has a lot of parts. It's got a shadow. It's got a collision box. It's all that good stuff. Hey there, Schmuggums. Welcome. But when they get stuck on the screen like that, they're not getting to the edge of the world, the edge of the play area as quickly. So now we've got more of them. So I think once I reveal them, once they appear, we get a little surge of performance cost, and now there's more of them. So right here, we've got this traffic jam of the next one moves, then the next one moves. The rest of them can't move because the one they're waiting for can't move, and that one can't move until eventually you get to the top, the front of the line, and now they're all moving again. But because of all those traffic jams, this number keeps climbing. If there is a persistent traffic jam, like it keeps piling up, this number will keep going up, and eventually that becomes a problem. But at the moment, no. What happens if we just purge them all? This won't actually get rid of all of them, but it will do a pretty good job. Now, there's going to be a period where the number of things increases because of what we're doing. So now we can reduce the number of things that we're creating to let it fall off. But 3 at a time with the chain explosions does a lot as far as clearing out the visual space. There's still a lot of them piled up. Yeah. So these log jams are contributing to a problem already. So we're getting this hitch here. That hitch is generally when we have too many things being processed at once. Every frame, every world physics frame that happens, every one of these things gets a turn, gets an opportunity to calculate something is happening. Now, we can do things like interleaving, all of that, but right now, everything gets a turn all at once. Now, if there are enough things active at once, that can result in some hitches. Especially with the way that the follow the leader logic is working right now. There are wasted calculations happening. And creating the idea of an entity group will help that. I also do want to mention to folks, like, I'm not the be-all, end-all of coding knowledge or anything. Like I mentioned, this is my first major project in C#, in Godot, in-game development at all. And a lot of what I'm speaking from is personal experience in professional development and similar. That in no way means I know everything at all. It's just from my experience. And a lot of that stuff is thinking from a beginner's perspective. I actually learned programming, formally learned programming, Mika, in C++. In some of my code base, you will see remnants of behavior patterns from that. Hello, is it, let's see, Samstinson, /Samstinson. tricky final set of syllables. But welcome nonetheless. Welcome. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is quickly go into the data files and remove our use of that particular spawn behavior. Oh, so Sam Stinson. Okay. Sam is much easier. Nice. Hey there, Laura. Laura has also started making a game, Sam. It's infectious. Okay. Well, what was I doing? Okay, we need to go into level 1. Levels. It's not map tile. Okay, no, that's different. The level folder is currently how I define the look of the level, but that is definitely going to change. We're going to do something different there. Map data, I think. Yeah, there we go. No, that's tile width. I don't have any experience with 3D. Someday I wouldn't mind learning a little bit more of that. Stuff like just getting into 3D models with Blender, that kind of thing. Non-trivial part of my gaming experience has been 2D sprites. There is a element of that, of nostalgia, but also I think an appreciation for minimalism as far as design perspective of what can you do with very little, you know? Where did I put that? Spawn list, right? Spawn list. Okay. This is part of the reason that I also want to revise the spawning system, is that there's too many sub-objects here. Okay, so we have enemy blob left and right. We're going to pull those, and we're going to replace it with a different spawner. Which is an enemy spawner. All the game data is in comma-separated value files that get converted into JSON, that get loaded into the game at runtime for kind of use and duplication. Guy has come to sit on my lap, which inevitably means why not the JSON immediately? File structure, and that's it. We did a pass where there were a bunch of individual JSON files. I could do some pre-processing on them to split them, but one of the advantages with the CSV is that we have editable rows and columns. So it's real easy for me to go in and say, hey, sort this by this particular column and make adjustments accordingly. Whereas with the JSON files, it's a little fiddlier to mass edit them. That's it. That's why I still want to use the JSON. I still use notations and translation to make the JSON work. Because it's really useful. But given that there's already over 100 entries in the game data, maintenance of it was becoming a real problem. Like, I'm already reaching points where I need to consider subfolders and whatnot just to contain the CSVs. I've already done things like split the spawners out into enemies and bullets, that kind of thing, because they're getting away from me. Though technically, the way the format is set up, I could merge all of these files into one giant nightmare CSV if I wanted to subject myself to that. Okay. So I've already started down the road. I've made a spawner object here. We have the last spawns that we made. That's less useful to us. The whole method that I was using for follow the leader, I think, needs to go away. This depends on a very particular message that is only for this very particular purpose, where we tell it, we tell the entity this was the last thing that was spawned, and I don't really like that. There is a whole structural presupposition that something will need to know the last thing spawned, and in general, that is not true. For a vast majority of the circumstance, that's irrelevant data. It's not out of the question to have a message that does that, but it shouldn't be something that is intrinsic to the entity or similar. So, like, the entity doesn't have that. But now spawners need to keep track of that, like, universally. They're expected to track that. They're expected to populate that message. And I don't really like it. So we're just going to cull you for now. We'll leave. It's kind of vestigial and I don't want it around. I'd rather get rid of it because otherwise I'll have something that doesn't work lurking. So we'll go into our movement file. We're going to cull follow leader, which does mean we need to go into the corresponding spawners and make sure that we don't have a follow leader anymore. Yeah. Just a moment. Left something running. Click. There we go. Molly has joined me on my footrest. Molly and Sherbet have a couple of spots that are unique to them now. Molly has taken to taking pretty much everybody's spot at whim. She doesn't use the shelf. She doesn't lay on the mini air hockey table. She will lay on several parts of the bed. She will lay across from the keyboard. She will lay beside the keyboard. She will lay up in the cat tree. That covers a lot of territory that has thrown off kind of the seating arrangement for many of the cats. But the footrest, nobody else sits on top of the footrest. And Sherbet will sit inside the footrest. It's one of those little boxes with a door, kind of little cat hideouts. He will sit inside of it. He'll also sit inside one of the cat carriers. Okay. So when I'm checking for a head count, I have to account for lap, footrest, and cat carrier as concealed locations. Okay, so follow the leader. We're just going to get rid of you entirely. We will return to follow the leader. But like I mentioned, I kind of want to make that the first of sort of the meta entities. It's not following the leader, it's spawning as part of a snake. Hey there, Yava. Welcome to the broadcast. You are joining us for one of our game dev streams. I'm hoping that we get our momentum going again. Been having some problems with that, but the earlier start times I think are working well for us. They let us get longer streams in, and for whatever reason, it gives me a nice motivation bump. Okay, where do we start? I don't think I have any of those movements lingering. Let's make sure I haven't broken it. So this is the loading screen. I don't have the bar doing anything right now, but what you can't see in the background is all of those CSVs being loaded and translated. Yava, we are making a Vampire Survivors style game. Okay, I haven't fixed that. But moving right to left is a decent example that shows what's going on. And what I'm referring to is the type of game where there's lots of enemies moving at you. You are emitting lots of projectiles with the goal of keeping the enemies back. Sometimes it's referred to as a bullet heaven, with the difference being that you are the one emitting projectiles with the goal of removing enemies, as opposed to enemies are emitting lots of projectiles, and your goal is primarily to dodge those. So you keep away from the enemies. Is this... Okay, they're still following, but they're emitting from a particular point on the screen. Okay. Now, our gimmick, and I mentioned Noida earlier on in the stream, is modular weaponry. So the base weapon, like the bouncing yarn ball, is where you start. But the weapon where you start is not fantastic. It's not going to carry you to victory. What you want is to find little power-ups that make it behave differently. These are just kind of like atomic examples of power-ups. We have a loop somewhere. We've got a loop somewhere, but it's finding it. Okay. Because we're not burning resources. But this is happening semi-randomly. Okay, let's remove another variable here. This is spawn around player, I think. We're removing another variable. We have logic for generating spawn points. Okay, there we go. All right, we're going to set the player to effectively invincible for a moment here. So what this is doing is the weapon has been modified to fire 3 in a burst that covers a second. So 1, 2, 3. Each of those splits into 3, and each of those projectiles is emitting an explosion every second. And the yarn balls intrinsically are aimed at an enemy at the time that they spawn. So now that the initial hit has happened, it is really hard for the enemy to approach. So we're still running pretty well. We're going to strain the system a little bit. I normally do this to stall, and to some extent I still am. But we're trying to figure out where the crash or the freeze scenario is. So let's kill our frames per second for a little bit here. I think there might be a edge case that we didn't catch in the spawn on the side logic that was causing some sort of loop. Or error state or something. Completely separate of what we're doing right now, I have considered making the entity update asynchronous. So there are parts of the game flow that I would want to leave alone, but the trick becomes the physics calculation. We would need to make it so that during a given pass of the logic, that the physics is done. So I get to the end of that, I don't want multiple collisions on the same objects, but that might still be okay within the given processing pass, because I already have some culling for that. What that would allow us to do is make it so that the physics steps are handled over multiple physics tick cycles effectively, instead of waiting for one to complete. There is a risk on that, but the Godot engine should make it so that until a physics tick is done, it doesn't continue to the next one. And that's okay. The fact that we're getting 1 or less frames per second, this is to be expected with this kind of thing, because, as might be apparent, the player cannot lose in this circumstance. If the yarn ball hits them, it's enough to remove an enemy. If the explosions, the little starbursts that are happening hit them, it removes an enemy. And the starburst can hit any number of enemies. This is not endgame logic, it's testing state logic, but even in endgame logic, the idea of you having this means you win. And that's okay. I want cool explosions that make you win the game. Again, the origins of a lot of our ideas about this game go to a game and a mod that we made for that game, where the end goal was to make the biggest, most damaging explosion you could to attempt to one-shot a big, meaty enemy. And this kind of covers that territory. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that there is a looping bug in the move from the side logic. Let it die down just to be sure. Since I'm not actively typing, Sky is getting plenty of attention, which means I'm not getting climbed up and headbutted. I've removed the power-up so you can see there is a growing space in the middle as the projectiles are falling away. And we're back down to 1 yarn ball per second that has no special traits. So frames per second will take a much longer time to get up to its full capacity after that kind of strain, because there is a lot of caching going on. There's more I can do to that cache to make it so that it doesn't either take as long or isn't as procedurally expensive. And you are unlikely to get to a state where it's an issue that it would fall away, because it's never likely to fall away. Okay, well, that resolves one of the error states. We'll have to totally remember to figure out what's wrong with the spawn on the sides logic. But in the interim, so we've created this sort of spawner. We still have the behaviors. We have the entity that it will spawn. I am considering making this a list that would allow a spawner to have multiple different types of entity that it will draw from. And maybe that entity will alternate, cycle through the list, random through the list, something to create a different pattern of them. For now, it's just going to be one entity per spawner. And if we want multiple entity types, we divide up the frequency in patterns. But what a spawner does is we will periodically get a update message. I haven't copied that part in. And if enough time has passed since the spawner last created an entity, it will create a copy of its stored off entity and emit it. This initialize portion, or at least there is going to be a portion of the code that converts this entity into something to copy here. So we have this list that says, this is what came in. This is what I'm configured to use. This by default with these added. So once it's kind of put together, we're going to have an entity with these behaviors appended to it. If we need to make a change to the list of behaviors, then either we have a new spawner or we would have to start fresh in this pattern. And this one doesn't start fresh. Once you have configured the spawner, it's ready to go and it can't be altered again. Or at least the thing it spawns can't be altered. So I was heading into this, I was in the process of moving some of this logic over. So as far as frequency, start time, end time, frequency, how many to spawn, these things I want to move out of the spawner. Whatever has created the spawner and is making it fire is ultimately, I think, the thing that I want to determine this. We may change our minds on that as we go along. But for the time being, those are going to be moved outside. One strong reason for that is that weapons and enemy spawns work differently. Weapon spawns will likely have their frequency determined by the concept of a weapon. This one by default emits once a second kind of thing. But a combination of the power-ups or some game state might change the frequency on the fly. So that's not intrinsic to the spawner. I don't want to be messing with that part of the spawner. We can have a outside thing checking a frequency value each time. Similarly, the start time and end time is something exclusive to the world state, when an enemy spawns and when it stops. Weapons don't. As soon as a weapon comes into existence, it should be ready to go. Similarly, spawn count and spawn point. Spawn point I want to move into the spawner itself. This is a spawner that puts them on the screen, around the screen, that kind of thing. That will make it easier to define what I am choosing when I put it on the list or when I put it in weapon inventory. This is a thing that spawns on the player. That's not going to change. This is a thing that spawns away from the player. That part doesn't change. If we want to have it behave differently, we create an alternate spawner for it that has altered logic. Okay, so we're going to go into our spawner item. We do need to get these parts converted over. I'm going to be talking through each part. Some of these we haven't touched in a while. So handle message is kind of a universal thing. This is something that gets called whenever we want something to happen that is determined by the particular instance of the class entirely. So game messages can be anything from what would the word be? They can be anything from time passes in the game engine. You know, a 1/10 of a second has gone by. Do you do a thing? On to the entity takes damage. We are preparing weapon traits. When weapons are constructed, there are particular behaviors to them that can make it so they kind of consume each other and combined. And those are calculated at the time that we're initializing a weapon. So weapon entities have logic that accounts for that. That sort of thing. Our first spawn preparation, we'll just clear you out because we're not using you. So we create a copy of our base template to put in here. So when a spawner is instantiated, it has a entity from the catalog, but we're making sure that we're getting a fresh copy when we run. This is something that I kind of want to change, that there is that we store off the original so that we could change it. But for the time being, the first time it comes into existence, it ensures it has its own copy of the class. We combine that behavior list with the entity, and we say, okay, we're ready to go, which is that part here. Past that, when we get a message, we let the entity have that message too. This part might also change. But a big part of this is like the weapon prep message is there anything that the entity needs to do? That entity or all of its behaviors, some of those messages are going to go down into it. The risk of always having the entity get that message is that some of these can cause the entity to do things like move, and we don't want that to happen. So there may be some fiddliness with that in the future, but for the time being, this is okay. We're going to change the name of this to update. Again, I will cover that in a moment. So actually, we're going to change this entirely. So spawn is make another entity here. The difficulty with this is that currently it's tied into the idea that the spawner will act independently of some outside elements. Now, I can have the frequency baked in. That may still be something that we do, where we will say, this one will only spawn every few seconds. So if we send it an update that includes time having passed, eventually it will cause a spawn event. We may still do that, but part of the reason that I'm thinking not to is moving that one layer up, I guess. So the spawner gets time passed messages and different types of message. So if we'll change you to game message So if game message is time passed message, time passed, else so for the time being, we're saying if a spawner gets a time passed message, it's going to do its thing. If it's not a time passed message, it's going to assume it's for the entity. If it's a time passed message, what we can do is then say spawn time passed delta. So if time is passing, we're passing it to the spawn function. Great. Some of this is going to change, but we're trying to replicate kind of what we had. Ember has now come to join me. Ember is much more disruptive for clinging to me. So Ember is on my shoulder right now. She kind of wants to be held like a baby, so her butt is cradled and her forepaws are on my shoulder. And she wants constant kind of like light stroking. She's purring away as a result. When the noise filtering is working, you can't hear them. If the noise filtering is not working, then other sounds around the factory can be disruptive to the stream. So, sadly, noise filtering on. If I ever find a noise filtering option that allows me to exclude the sound of cats, I will definitely use that. But if I stop, Ember will stand up and kind of get in my face. So she needs steady attention like that. I refer to this as delay by cat. So the reason that having the spawner dealing with time passed is potentially a problem under the current model is that sometimes I want to spawn multiple of them as we go along. But if we change the spawner such that it handles messages coming in, it gets to do what it wants with them. If I put the concept of frequency back in. Hello, hello. So we're going to take frequency and spawn count and put them back in here. Them above the JSON ignores. Somebody mentioned the JSON. JSON is just fantastically useful for our data structure. And that's why in the background, it converts the text lines of the CSV into JSON objects. So that we can use the built-in JSON parsing that lets us convert that given the word spawner, I can make one of these. And it can include things like a reference to an entity ID that it will load in here as an entity object. I've got it set up to handle dependency chains as a result of that. It is good times. The alternatives are cumbersome. But there is also a bit of compiled library sorcery that happens in the background to facilitate this. Which is ultimately okay, but yeah, no. Where's our copy constructor? There, we're going to say frequency is equal to spawner frequency and time since last spawn is equal to that. So we're going to copy those forward. Since we're duplicating the entity, we're also going to copy forward entity prepared. I acknowledge you, Ember. I do. I started typing, so she got fed up, stood up, walked around on my shoulder, leaned forward, and started messing with the microphone. Yes. Big stretch. There's a canvas drop cloth on one of my side tables that is there almost exclusively because of Ember. Ember likes the texture of canvas, so she will wriggle around on canvas surfaces. Most of the others are kind of ambivalent towards that. The canvas is an area of transit. So she's getting some head scratches real quick. But yeah, little sweetheart. So we'll move slowly because I have to reach my left hand across the mouse while the right hand is giving her head scratches. Are you done? She has a very waggy tail when she's happy. Most of the others are much more of a traditional tail might lash a bit, but otherwise it is tail up. Mason has the very traditional tail will kind of curl at the tip while tail up if very happy. So you get kind of the question mark tail. But Ember full on wags her tail. You are very squirmy today, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. So right now we're going to pass into time past. It's going to go in and say, all right, if enough time has passed, we make sure we've got our first spawn preparations done. If we don't do that, we reduce the time since last spawn by the frequency. This allows us to have kind of overlapping. If the spawn window falls in between deltas, this allows us to account for that by the remainder in time since last spawn. It doesn't mean that it will perfectly line up with the timestamp, but it's really, really close since we're dealing with like tenths of a second or less. I think right now we're getting 60 physics frames a second. So it's akin to like 0.016 seconds per tick here. Do we need that many? No. It does make it look really smooth, but from a finished product perspective, might tamp it down to 30 to give us more performance, and it's just practical. Now, normally we would say, spawn point, start doing your thing. But like I said, having the spawner be the one that determines how it gets spawn positions is, I think, a better way to go about it. So instead of we could have a secondary spawn function inside of it that says, okay, we're going to have the frequency in the first spawn be things default to the core spawner. But they don't have to, is the thing. Like, the first spawn preparation need not be part of the default spawner. For now, I'm going to leave it that way. Because what this does is it calls build on the entity. Though saying that out loud, we're going to make that a different thing. We're going to make that a fundamentally different thing. So these are going to be moved into separate types of spawner. But for now, we're going to leave it as is so that we can get this starting to load in. So we're going to make a void. Sure. Okay. So once we get to here, that's what we're going to do. We're going to say spawn entities. By default, this does nothing. Now, a lot of them are going to have similar logic here. But what we need to do is be cautious about this because we don't necessarily want to call build on them immediately after with this list of behaviors. For example, if we're dealing with a snake style entity, what we want to be able to do is flush that entity out and build it with a new set of behaviors. So if it is the head of a snake, the head of the snake is one that has movement that it determines itself. Then at the end of its movement processing, the kind of the meta entity needs to be able to take that information and propagate it down. So instead of, even further, instead of that entity, the head of the snake, processing it itself, what it's going to do is kind of hand control up to that meta entity, that entity group, and say, all right, I did my processing, but here you go. You're the one that determines what to do now. So what that's probably going to look like is at the end of the entity's behavior chain, we would have something else. It won't work that way because there's nothing that says we can get to the end of the behavior chain every time. This is why we get complicated. And this is why the spawner gets complicated. Because we need the idea of entities that can exist in the world, but how their behaviors are handled is different. So the entities that we make for a snake are not going to have all of their behaviors. So the entity by default has behaviors, and we have a chain to add to them. But the head of the snake is going to be the one that would normally be guiding the motion. But that entity is not going to be the one that guides the motion. Instead, the entity that exists in the world will be hollowed out. And it is the group entity that handles that behavior. We're going to circle back around to spawners in a moment, I promise. And then propagates the movement behaviors into those entities. So, for example, when any other entity in the chain gets a time passed message, we don't care about it. Nothing happens. But when the head of the chain gets a time passed message, now we do care. Now we take the original behaviors from the entity that we would have built. So we have our kind of acting entity that is acting as a proxy for us, so that we have something that lives on its own that we can run through and say, okay, you get a time passed message. Okay, you have run time passed. I'm going to get what kind of movement you would make, and I'm going to stuff that into the head of the chain. And I'm going to take all of the prior ones and shuffle them down. So, initially the head of the snake moves down. And then the next time it moves left. Now the second one in the row moves down. And so on, and so on, and so on. Those entities themselves aren't making that choice. It is the meta entity, the group of entities that is making that choice. That's gonna be fiddly to get going. But in order to facilitate that, we need to have logic for spawning things differently. Or at least handling the spawning in a particular fashion. So we now need to incorporate the way that we determine a spawn point. In just saying this, we've already run afoul of one thought process issue. And that's that having a spawner that generates a snake does not mean that that is the only pattern to generate snakes in. I could generate them on the screen. I could generate them off the screen. I could generate them in a circle around the player. We need to have some flexibility for that. So spawn points have suddenly reared their head again. But we need to change them such that we can pass in additional parameters to them, ways to say, I need some sort of pattern to this. Or if we're going to keep spawn points, I need a spawner to be able to make requests of it such that the spawner could handle them generically. Welcome back, 007. We're going to quickly step away, though, and sorry about the timing there, 007, just a minute or so, and I will be right back, and we'll continue. And we're back. I'm in the process of negotiating my desk chair, uh, dodging Sherbet, and then resituating my feet on the footrest so that I don't kick Molly. We can see Mason has returned to his spot on the bed. If I get up and move around, Mason will hop down and go over to the little air hockey table and cry at me, so I will give him a couple of back scratches, and then once I return to sit down, he goes back to the bed. Sherbet has come out into the open, so I don't... Did I say that? But hello, Drew, if I didn't. But Sherbet has come out into the open from one of his hiding spots in order to get some back scratches, but one of the spots he'll come out to do that is pretty much right under my chair wheels. So we got to be careful of that. You accidentally DDoSed your router there, Drew. How'd you accomplish that? Hello, bud. Hello. Sherbet scaled my chair for a moment. Okay. So if we want to be able to gracefully spawn a snake, then spawn points need to be aware of how to spawn that kind of thing. Alternately, we could have the spawn points create a meta entity and have that entity have a way of incorporating words and things, incorporating that spawn point into its own behavior. So, for example, no, that wouldn't work for things like snakes because it is contextual. It's for some of them, drawing a line straight out of the player and connecting the rest of the snake down that row would work. But if we go with the pattern one that I was talking about, there's nothing that says a snake has to enter aiming at the player down its length. It could enter from the right in a full chain and move down from there. That would influence its movement pattern. Drew, things are going well. We are trying to get rolling again. A lot of today is going to be design stream of consciousness here, because I'm trying to work through a change to the way that spawners work. But we have a couple of elements that are necessary to wrangle. We have the idea of kind of a meta entity. So a chain of entities, or kind of like a moving snake of entities. And how to deal with those. How to make it so a spawner could spawn those gracefully, and how to make it so the spawner can properly get spawn points without us having to have too much special case logic. That is, does every spawner have to have the idea of spawn a snake, or every spawn point covers that? Hello there, Ghost. If it's spawn points, then those spawn points need the idea of spawn a chain, which is reasonable. I think that is a reasonable idea. That would give me a series of spawn points that I could work with. It does mean some spawners will need spawn points. There are going to be some that don't. So what we can do is have the idea of a spawner that has a spawn point. Is there a reason that I would choose something different there? Because I'm thinking of special case spawn patterns that have a very particular set of behaviors that I want to get. And if I make them the exception to the rule, then we can work a little more easily. So I have a spawner, I have a spawner with a spawn point, and I have a special case spawner. Names pending. Special case spawner handles where it will spawn things by itself. It is not a generic thing. Those should be reserved for very particular behavior sets. So the interwoven grid kind of thing should be reserved for those. That should be reserved for that kind of behavior where everything about the way that the entities appear and move are going to be controlled in that fashion. That is a way to go about it. We could... So I think that's where spawner falls, is I have things I want to create. I have special parameters for those things. So I have the entity. I have the list of extra behaviors. So those are the things that I want to create. Then I have the idea of where to create them. That is one aspect, and that could technically be separate of a spawner, but it feels like they kind of have to work together. Is no matter what, when I spawn something, it needs to go somewhere. So where it go? And spawn points are generally the thing what handled that. There's Sherbet. Sherbet has taken the across from the keyboard spot. I'm still wrangling the camera angles, but they're largely good. There are a couple of them that are kind of awkward. Show that. So let's see here. For those in tall format, that would be the upper two have some fiddliness as far as how they're laid out. There are, like, to the bottom right of Sherbet is a mass of cables under the desk, which isn't part of Cat Cam and changes the lighting if you can see it. And below left of him is just a bank of buttons and whatnot. In the upper right one, there are huge dark strips to the sides of it because those are, again, the floor and not the table where the cats be. I do still plan on maneuvering that one around a little bit more as far as where the camera is pointing so that we can get more of the camera area filled. But that will take a little bit to get wrangled. Because as it is, the whole positioning would need to change, and that's a bit of a operation. It's possible now, though, which is good. Under the prior camera system, it was very difficult to move the cameras around. Okay. So we're using the snake spawn, the idea of a snake of enemies, as our example case here, because it encapsulates pretty much everything we want to do. We want to do two parts here. It's technically three, but the first one is the simple kind of atomic element. Create an entity. We then want to be able to put that entity in a group of entities and create more entities to put along in that group along with it. So we're not just spawning one entity, we're spawning a group of them. And because we're spawning a group of them, we don't just need one spot. We need to be able to say, I need multiple spots, and they need to be relatively contiguous. Now, I could move some of that into the snake generation logic, but that gets kind of cross-referential real quick. Is if the spawner says create a snake, then the snake is going to need to know what the spawner is, unless the spawner knows how to make a snake. If the spawner knows how to make a snake, all spawners need to know how to make a snake, which is not out of the question. But it does lead to increasingly complicated logic inside of the spawner as we add new entity group types. There could be a variety of them. There could be like a ring of entities could have behaviors of its own. A chain, a grid of entities could have controlling behavior to them. But where do we put that kind of thing? Now, we could create a layer above the spawner. The spawner can be told, I want entities in a line. I want entities in a circle. That kind of thing. Now, some spawners aren't going to be able to realistically handle that, but if I have the idea of spawn points with their start spawning, end spawning kind of logic, then if I say create a circle and I tell it give me 10 points, then however that one creates a spawn point, it can create them in a circle accordingly. So a circle would usually be for spawn around the player. And spawn around the player would know, okay, I need to put them off the screen around the player. Or I need to put them within the window specified around the player. And if it's spawning them in a circle, instead of doing a random positioning, it could do a clock rotation around that. So that just adds spawn line and spawn circle into the spawn points. And it changes their output from being a single point into a collection of points, an ordered collection of points. Then we could take that collection of points, generate a series of entities on the event handler in this whole event, and load them as needed. That event handler, this proposed event handler that I'm thinking of here, then does what it needs to do with those. So the event handler is the thing that says, I know how to create snake entities. So when that event triggers, it's going to take that spawner and say, spit out a series of entities for me. And it's going to create them at the spawn points supplied positions. And then it will feed those entities into a snake meta object. And it's going to keep track of those snakes. As far as the rest of the game world is concerned, those snakes don't exist. They are a series of independent entities. But those entities have behaviors in them that propagate up into the snake. Those behaviors would have reactions to messages that could include things like, this is where your controls come in, but just as much, they have nothing to them. Or they have a single handler that says, do nothing. And it is the snake object itself that intercepts that. Yeah. It could even tie into the heart structure, such that when that particular part of the snake takes a hit, the heart that entity has, that part of the snake, just says, talk to the snake. If we want it to be that the whole snake is a single thing, if we want it to be that individual elements of the snake can be removed, then those individual elements have regular hearts. And the snake will be listening for the destruction of the individual pieces. From there, we can progress into what happens when the snake gets cut. Does it split in two? Does it continue along and try to draw the severed pieces back together? Does the some part of it cease to be and another part continue on? So, do we get two snakes if you cut it in half? Do we get a snake that shortens itself to fill the gap? Do we get a truncated snake where the back half of it goes away or the front half of it goes away? Stuff like that. That is behavior that is part of the snake meta object. So, a spawner then would create entities. That's all it do. Is a spawner creates an entity. So it's a push button, get entity out. A spawn point is a way to get a position in the world, even if it does not turn into an entity. I'm just looking for a point in the world. That's what a spawn point does. We can of course then change the naming configuration or the naming convention of that to be like world point or something. Because I'm getting a position in the world. I don't care about what I'm going to do with it. That may prove useful. Okay. So we have a world point generation. We have entity generation. And we have an event. The events are going to be, I think, the most hard-coded thing we've got. Such that there is a spawn snakes event. Now, it can have different spawn points, and it can have different base entities to work with. But the idea of this event generates a snake every so often, or just once, and emits it into the world is an event. So that particular event wants a spawner, and it wants a spawn point, and it rolls with it from there. Okay. So spawners make entities. That's all they do. Do we want... So now we ask ourselves again, do I want to make it so that a spawn point handles everything that it needs to? I'm sorry, do we want to merge that with spawn points? Because that would say, okay, I want X entities, I want you to spawn them in a line. Go. Or I want X entities, I want you to spawn them in a circle, kind of thing. The spawn, where in the world it spawns them, would be controlled by a spawn point. So no matter what, when I consult a spawner, it is ultimately going to be put it in a position. So I can get an entity at that position. Is there going to be a circumstance where I want a position like that? Yeah, let's stick with spawn points being a separate thing. I think that's still okay. And we'll just rename them to be world points or world positions. Position generator. I don't know. We'll burn that bridge once we cross it. Okay, so that means spawners don't have any concept of where they put it or anything like that. This is entirely logic to generate an entity. Because of that, do they need behavior sets? So for an entity to function, it generally would need a set of behaviors with it. So this entity inflicts damage on impact. It has a series of hearts, that kind of thing. Those are a composite of the entity itself and whatever behaviors I add to it. Health is intrinsic to the entity itself. For the snake pattern, what we're doing for the most part is kind of lobotomizing the entities when we get them. We're going to scoop out all of their behavior sets. We're going to scoop out their existing heart logic. Most of the entities that we would use for a snake are probably going to be specific to using with a snake, so that the snake logic can add everything that it needs to. So in that regard, I think having spawners still able to create the composite entity is useful. So I still think that's useful. The event could have numerous spawners that it triggers in different ways. And we wouldn't need to have the event specify each of those. We could still make a spawner that says, emit a blob that moves to the left. But that's still tied in with the event pretty closely, is having a blob that moves to the left as a separate thing, I think is questionable. But having a blob that by default has 3 hearts and does 1 damage on impact, I think that's viable by itself. And then having a specific use of them that says, during this event, they move towards the player. During this event, they move as part of a snake, is a separate thing. We'll need a way to update the hearts and remove the hearts and similar that doesn't risk killing the entity if it by default had hearts. So one thing that we may need to do is move heart generation into the events. So what does the spawner accomplish besides anything else? And right now that is... Ember. She is staring at a stuffy, crying at it. What? Like, she was off to the side, loafed on the ground, facing a stuffy, and just crying real loud at it. Ember in Zumi's mode is a thing. She normally trills. That's her normal vocalization. A loud cry that for most of the others would be "I'm concerned" in some way, is what she does when she's playing. Most of the others are pretty quiet when they're playing, aside from the sound of things being run into and whatnot. So I always have to check who's crying. If it's Ember, it's usually okay. Yeah, I said your name. Yeah. She says, "Oh, you're talking about me. That means you have time to pet me." Okay, so once more we can move this out. If we make a spawner that has no extra behaviors with it, that facilitates the snake working for the most part. We would still want entities that we don't need to worry about removing their health data, because the snake can just add a, let's call it a snake heart, to any of the subsequent ones. And when they cease being part of the snake, or if they do, we can just signal a removal of a snake heart. If it's part of multiple snakes, that gets weird, but let's avoid making it weirder than it needs to be. Check something real quick here. Okay. So what I'm puzzling through right here is, what good is a spawner? And I think the primary thing that a spawner is giving us... Back off. Ma'am. She's being very snuggly today. Ember is another one of those cats are social creatures proof points. There are a lot of folks that adopt cats thinking that they are very independent animals. And it is entirely possible that you get a cat, an individual cat that is very independent. But that does not mean they're not social animals. Cats do live in social groups. They don't show it in the same way that dogs do. But cats are very, communal. At least domestic cats. There are big cats that are very solitary, that kind of thing. But it is very easy to find videos of colonies of cats. They are... The group of cats has territory. They don't hunt together like you might see with some social animals. They'll move off by themselves to do their thing, but they will coexist. And the way that cats show that kind of affection to each other and how they interact is just different. One of the classics is sleeping near you. If you can see the cat sleeping, they're comfy with you. And the closer that they'll be willing to sleep near you, the comfier they are in your presence. The more of a friend that they consider you. Hey there, BQ. Welcome. I'm on a cat tangent because one of my cats is occupying my hands, so I can't type. Otherwise, we're working on a bit of a redesign of the enemy spawn pattern here in our game dev project. I can very briefly take my hand away from stroking her back without agitating her. Just curious as to, do we actually need this? Because I have standardized functions for this. We copy it from the catalog, you call build on it when you need its behaviors combined, you actually give it the behaviors to build, and then you're ready to go. This seems... This doesn't seem useful. I don't think this is actually going to do anything for us under the new pattern. Because the new pattern is the idea of an event instead of the idea of spawns happening. So, emitting weapon projectiles is an event. It is a perpetual event. It has no beginning or end. But it has a frequency, that kind of thing. Frequency and any other type of behaviors that are fundamental to that weapon. So, a special type of event that is generated with the knowledge that a weapon has been selected. Enemy spawns, though, are an event in the sense of there is a particular pattern of things that is about to happen. Enemies will begin appearing from the edge of the screen. A group of entities will appear and charge at the player from the upper left, Those are events that have a particular set of behaviors in a way of defining how they work. So first I say this is a charge event. Okay, how does a charge event work? Well, it's going to say these entities move in this way. they spawn in this number and they spawn at this spot. But when you think about it, that event then is just a way of defining how do they move, in what way do they move, and where they spawn. Where they spawn is determined by a spawn point, which leaves the how do I assign their behaviors? And that's where the event comes in. That's where the special events come in. The idea of it being a charge event generally does not mean they seek the player. They could. But it will be a composite of things, like what is the target that they will go for, the targeter, and what is the movement pattern that we're going to incorporate in that. Is the targeter at the player? Is it a targeter that just says a direction? That kind of thing. How we do. But those are very specific. Those are, those are known things. So what if... So we have spawning here. This has become extraneous. We're going to leave it here for now. It's still going to be a world state thing. And we are going to have... We're going to call these world events. The other advantage here is a world event does not intrinsically spawn. A world event is something that comes into being and starts interacting. So it will have a handler for time past and perhaps for other things, but precisely what it does is outside of, is a black box. As far as the world is concerned, it is not just spawning enemies. That's the first one we're going to make, but a world event does not intrinsically spawn enemies. A world event has no start and stop. As long as it exists, it do its thing as time progresses. If you don't understand what's going on, feel free to ask questions. This is not a stream that assumes that you know what I am doing. To be fair, I don't always know what I am doing either, and questions can help us think about that. And might help me realize I am doing something terribly the wrong way. A bull. And we can cannibalize a lot of this stuff as well. Thanks for swinging through, 007. Speaking of something completely unrelated to this, Helldivers dropped its Halo collaboration today, as well as announcing the next big content drop, which includes another Warbond, which is a new thing for them. While it's still... They're not battle passes, they're not loot boxes. They still do have the ring of, we are tempting you. We are tempting you to pay us real world money for the thing. But I don't object to microtransactions fundamentally. It comes down to the way that you encourage players to interact with them. different ways can have different levels of toxicity. Hey there, sharpshooter. That is Sherbet. That is Sherbet. He has come out to sit nearby. Molly is on my footrest right now. The thing that makes Helldivers kind of the thing that puts Helldivers closer to like the questionable aspect is that it does have a real grindy element to getting enough to get the new content, but it's not so much that it feels like you are better off spending the money. It feels like you can actively say like, no, I can grind that out. That's not a problem. Unlike, say, your games like Genshin, where the once you are out of the gift ones, the new account stuff, the quest rewards, that kind of stuff, once you run out of those, the rate of generating the currency to get the new shiny is very low. It's very, very pokey. And that's a problem. That should not be. That's where you get into toxic psychological manipulation. It's interesting. I wonder if... So, another complete aside here is that the YouTube tall format, I see that somebody named JD has joined the stream. But they haven't explicitly spoken because it does not show up as a chat message. I just see that in the YouTube feed that they said hi. But that seems then that it is something that is semi-automated or has an interaction that is not chat-based. I don't know what that is, but hello, JD. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we have this in place. This is paperwork, essentially. This tells us where to put this thing. If we look here in catalogable, we have that defined, but when we're getting the types out of it, we are recording that. I don't know if I still use this. Is this vestigial? Welcome to my world. This code base has gotten big enough, and the data structure lives only in my head. Type info resolver. Okay. We are deriving types here, so that is still a thing. Okay. That mess of black magic there was the thing that makes it so that we don't have to, in every single parent class, define what all of its child classes are. Instead, we have a way of determining what the names are and how do they interact. That sort of thing. So this is part of the JSON process. Anywho. Okay, so we've got that. Then next we need our constructors. By default, this do nothing. Doesn't have that. Any of this. Instead, we have you are a copy and you are a world event. This is the baseline for how a catalogable works. I have what this thing is called. It's kind of overall category. So if we look at entities, that is entity. If we look at, let's see, where's our behavior? Move orbit doesn't have something here. But if I look at behavior, we have this is a behavior. Look at movement behavior, I don't have something. So we're defining a high level category to it. What that lets us do is ensure that when it loads it, that it is loading it as the parent type, the topmost parent. We can use that in our catalogs to define different places to put them, different places to store them off. So if I'm looking for a behavior, like moving, rotate, that kind of thing, I can ask the catalog, give me one of these, and it won't give me a bullet because it knows that those are in a different bucket. Okay, so by default, is there anything that a world event would have? So the start and end of a world event are controlled from outside. That way I can have the same world event used in a list multiple times without having to create an entry for every duration, for every frequency that would exist. The world event will just be will just do its thing. But we could still configure that. We could still configure that it has them, but they're not specified inside of it. So we can have a frequency on this. So this is another thing that JSON doesn't control, but so this is not something that you can configure. It's a world event has this, and I've got it as a property because I want to mess with it publicly. But it never gets loaded into JSON. It's, if you see this, don't load it, don't touch it. This is something that when we're setting up our list of events that will happen, demanding cat, appropriate name. Thank you. I do like the model as well. I think it turned out very well. The artist did a good job. And we are making a Vampire Survivor style game. Did I break it since I started poking things? I don't think so. We're working with secondary files, so. If you're not familiar with the Survivors/Bullet Heaven genre, it is enemies converge, you fire projectiles or whatnot at them and try to remove them before they touch you. Sometimes there are bullet heaven or bullet hell elements, but that is not the same thing. The gimmick that we've got is instead of linear upgrades, like this becomes a level 2, a 3, a 4, at 5 it transforms. Instead, you get power-ups that make the weapon behave differently. So instead of moving in a straight line, now it emits a bunch of them and they kind of wobble. These are just atomic elements. These are not like end state power-ups. But they give you the idea of how these things behave. And that there's nothing that stops me from altering these at runtime, let alone at design, at fundamental time. So this is 3 times a second emit a projectile that splits into 9 copies, and they try to orbit the player. When I say try to, it's that the player can move in such a ways that the orbit is disrupted. So if I'm moving this way, you can see they're spinning out in a wide arc, trying to get back into position. These movements can be blended together in ways that can disrupt the one motion or the other, or create whole new looks to the pattern. So this is them doing little loop-de-loops while they orbit the player. The yarn ball isn't... I just need to change the testing logic to use a different projectile. But the yarn ball isn't great for the player surviving in its current state, which isn't its finished state, because it bounces, which means it can leap over enemies. Maybe one day I'll remember to update that so it do what it's supposed to do, but for now it illustrates the bouncing behavior with the little shadows shrinking and growing as it goes up into the air or not. And it demonstrates that collision only happens between things that are on the ground. If they're in the air, they can't bump into each other. Okay, so a world event can have a frequency. Off has been coming back. I think we can mitigate that. Sorry about that. Off has been showing itself again lately. It is mildly disruptive. Okay, if we duplicate one and it has a frequency, then we'll duplicate the frequency. If not, we keep it as it is, and by default, it's 0. Don't need to do that with 0, but we'll do it anyway. Virtual handle message, hashing context. Virtual message reply, handle message. Takes a game message called message. Have a game message reply equal to new game message reply. This is the base function, so we will have it that way, and we will return reply. Do I need a subfunction to that? Is there anything that fundamentally happens with handle message? Because frequency could be dealt with differently per. And there's nothing that says that time passed. So time passed should trigger frequency. If there is a frequency, we should limit it. But what about other messages? So is time passed message, time passed. Else. So we could have a handle time passed message. Game reply messages are game message replies are effectively did I do anything with this message and did I eat this message? So the did anything is relevant usually to the sender of the message. It's did anybody care that I sent this message can trigger behavior. Like if a bullet tries to inflict damage and the entity did not do anything with the message, then with the bullet, we can safely say a hit did not actually register. But if it comes back and says, I did something, then the hit is satisfied. During processing of the message, an eaten message generally does not continue. So even if there are additional handlers that might do something with the message, if it's consumed, we stop there. So this isn't virtual. When we handle message, we always do this. We'll put the time passed frequency logic in here. And then we do protected, virtual, message reply. Stuff and things handle, time passed, message. Time passed message, passed. That's a big old function signature here. That. And right now we have no default handling logic for this, so that's good. We'll do this and handle other message. And this will just be a game message. So by default, these do nothing. They are expected to be that's right. It's not an equals. It's a take this one and merge it in with the merge this one into this one. It does not return a new one. Okie dokie. All right, so we have a basic world event here. So now, process, false. So this is if frequency is greater than 0, else if process do the thing. If we do not have a frequency, then we will always process a time passed message. This is we allow this thing to handle its own time passed as in whatever way it goes. If there is a frequency, we will only give it time passed messages once enough time has passed. And this is where it'll get interesting, at least a little. Jason. Ignore this, Jason. Okay, by default, the time since the last message is here. In theory, if we duplicate it, time since last should be copied as well. Public float. If it's truly a local only variable, a local member variable only, that should mean it doesn't get copied. And so I would use the protected underscore notation for it. But since if I duplicate one, if I have one and I'm making a copy, then that copy should be on the same cadence. Same frequency and the same time since the last event happened. Equals time passed, delta as a float. Eventually, I'm going to get around to changing this to a float intrinsically so that everywhere else other than the initial processing of the delta in the core logic, in the core game, we don't have to specify, actually treat it as a float. So this is float time. We don't need to do that. We can just do this. Total time passed. Same way. Whole frequency. Okay. So, if we have a frequency, we're going to see if enough time has passed. So we increment it by the delta. We check, has at least enough time passed? So if the frequency is once a second, at least 1 second has to have passed. If it has, we're going to pass in a time passed message that says the frequency is the amount of time that has passed. We could, okay. Is equal to frequency. There. Okay, why did I change that? Because I want to ensure that if there is anything else in the future in a time past message, that I preserve that. And I'm saying, here's a new one, but the time that is passed is not just the delta, it is the entirety of the frequency. Which should only matter for, again, things that would have a frequency. So that they can say, hey, a whole second passed since the last time we did this. Handle it accordingly. They may not care that that's what happened. It might say, hey, every time one of these time passed comes in, I'm going to do my thing. In which case, you could do it this way and get more incremental changes, but there might be something else that you want to do. I could also have another method here that says, instead of handling it as time passed, I have handle frequency triggered, which would make this much cleaner, I think, actually. We're going to leave it this way. We're going to leave it that way. It could be cleaner. It is not necessarily cleaner. And we aren't doing any sort of horrifying branching logic, so. At least it hasn't attained horrifying status yet. All right, so we have a world event. Now we need to make one that spawns enemies. So we could have a basic entity spawner one. Down. This extends world event. Turn this down to using Godot. We don't actually use Godot everywhere, but it's going to be one of the most common things that we'll actually leverage. Okay, so now we're going to say... No, we're going to close other tabs. We're going to grab our world event here. We're going to get the relevant bits. Okay. So the thing that's going to make this different than an existing spawner is I think that we're going to give it a potential list of entities. don't need to. This will get handled by the JSON logic. We're going to need a... There's an example we'll have of that. We just need a catalog variant here. So if we have spawner item list, this will get us what we need. It's actually entity list. So what this does is it says when you are parsing this out of JSON, this is the thing that you're going to use to interpret the data from JSON in the JSON object into a list of entities. This particular one takes strings of catalog IDs, fetches them from the catalog, and puts them in a list. Do we need any sort of... Yes. Okay. We need like an initialize method here. I think. Let's refresh our brain here. Catalogable name list converter. We shouldn't actually need to initialize it in the case of a JSON load here, because we're going to return the list when we're initially reading it from JSON. When we are populating it here, this is when it becomes relevant. So entities is equal to copy.entities be a duplicate, right? I might have to do a copy too. Yeah. A return. We're going to be dealing. But I don't want the... Okay, yeah, we still need to do a for each. Explain in just a moment. For each entity in copies entities. Add services dot catalog dot get entity. Let's copy. This is as an entity. Okay, we need to duplicate them because I don't want references to the same entity objects that are in the source. I want my own copies of them. That doesn't always matter, but we want to avoid unintentional kind of contamination of our objects here. Okay, so this gives me a list of entities. There is no guarantee that a spawner will always spawn multiple of them. But what we can do is have like last index spawned, that kind of stuff. So, for example, ma'am, you are being very needy today. She says, but my belly is cold and sherbet is in my spot. I try to get her to sit on my lap, but she really does prefer crawling up on my shoulder. Let's look at the kitties while we wait here. So Sherbet is across from the keyboard. He is the splotchy tan and white one there. You can see Ember's favorite toy by the food bowls and the water. It is a little... It's like a plush sushi. Actually, I think that's sashimi, isn't it? Or is it sushi? I can't remember. One of them is, sliced seafood presented on rice. One of them is just the sliced seafood. But anyway, it's a plush little, wrapped thing on rice. She loves playing with it. That's one of the ones where she'll cry loudly as she runs around smacking it around. So Sky is up in the cat tree. And then we have Mason, the other tan and white, on the tan blanket. And Sammy curled up on the squishmallow. Camera angles and whatnot don't give you the best view of it, but Sky is the largest cat. Mason is a close contender for that, but I think Sky is a little bigger than him. Then you have Sherbet, who is currently zoomed way in. If you're on widescreen, he's top center. Otherwise, he's upper left. Then Sammy. Sammy and Sherbet are really close in size. Sammy is a little stockier, but like the last tuxedo I had, she is muscly. There is no chunk there. Sherbet's a little fluffier. Doesn't look it, but he has very soft fur. And then the smallest and the second oldest, with Sky being the oldest, is Ember. Ember is noticeably smaller than Sammy and Sherbet. But she is also just an absolute sweetheart. I don't know if she's shown up on camera for some folks, but she is a diluted calico. So like gray, stripy, pale orange, white socks. She is very cuddly. Ember is amongst the type of cats that are why I avoid going to animal shelters or passing through things like adoption aisles at pet stores. And that's... Ember was a prime example. I got near the little cage that all the kittens were in, like repurposed giant bird cage kind of thing, and she reached out and pulled on my sleeve, and my heart was shattered. Mason and Sherbet were adopted at the same time. Because they are siblings, and I would not break up the sibling pair. Which it's a similar reason to why my first cats, the Maine Coon brothers, Bob and Tom, were adopted together, because I would be, away at work on the regular, and so I didn't want to leave a kitten home alone without somebody with them, so I adopted one of the brothers as well. Mason and Sherbet, similar reason, but it's just that I didn't want to break up the litter. You can see Ember has flopped down on the canvas there. Molly, who you can't see as well, she's on my footrest, was adopted because she was in a sibling litter. She was she was in the she was in the adoption area with her sibling, and somebody adopted the sibling. And once again, my heart couldn't take that. Sammy was actually similar as well. She was. They were semi-feral cats. They were barn cats. The brother did not adjust well to the shelter, so he was adopted out again as a working cat, as a barn cat. But Sammy did adapt well. But the fact that she was left alone was another, like, well, we can't have that. And that's why I currently have 6 cats. I haven't hit the limit that I was at very briefly of 7, but I can tell you 6 cats is a lot to juggle. I have had times when Ember, Sammy, and to a lesser extent Mason and Sky are all competing for immediate attention. Sammy and Ember will climb onto me at the same time. Ember gets very resentful of it, but Sammy will plop down on my lap and periodically stand up and demand attention. Ember will be on my shoulder. Ember gets super offended if one of the other cats touches her, with a couple of exceptions. If she is napping in her spot, she will, for a remarkable period of time, tolerate Molly or Sky laying on her. But at any other time, she will retreat, and potentially, if she can't easily leave, the others will get a hiss and a swat. She's a sweetheart, but she has her limits. I know Molly for a while had a little scratch on her lip, and I believe it's that she pushed Ember too far. Okay, so this one we're going to have... So by default, this one is going to convert... Because the world event already handles the frequency for us, a enemy spawner one does not care about what time has actually passed. So it's going to handle time passed no matter what. Or at least, I'm sorry, it will do the same thing. It will do its thing regardless of how much time has passed. Was acted on. True. If we get this far, an entity spawner did act on the message. If we look at it and say, I did not hit my frequency limit, I have not yet had that message handled. Will that ultimately matter? Not really. As far as the world events are concerned, they're probably never going to consume messages, but they still could. The system could react to nothing happened during this, maybe we should do a thing. Okay. So ultimately, we don't care that time has passed. So we have entities here. Let's see. last index spawned, and we're going to have a public integer spawn count. Let's just do a count. Just say get set. And by default, that's a 1. If count is greater than 0, then do a thing. Actually, this is a good opportunity. If for some reason count is 0 or less, nothing is going to happen. So then I is equal to 0, I is less than count, I plus. So last index spawned by default is 0. This is actually a JSON ignore. Similarly, this is a JSON ignore. We'll touch on that in a moment. Count is equal to copy count. Okay, so just like I was mentioning, this is the only thing that we should be specifying in the definition of this world event. And the raw definition of it, this is a spawner for this type of entity. No. Because count is not intrinsic, entities is not intrinsic. As in, there's nothing about this particular one that tells me what will go in a row. Let's actually say this. So there's a tricky aspect to this one. And that's that I don't actually think any of this is going to be directly in JSON. I'm sorry, as a thing in JSON to load. So there's not going to be a file that contains a row that defines this as an independent thing. So a world event entity spawn should show up in a list of things to spawn. Whether that be in the definition of a weapon item or it shows up in the definition of the spawn order of the level, the series of events that will take place over the course of a level, that's where I would like to define the list of entities and how many, how frequently, that kind of thing. This will turn into a different structure, though. So we may have them listed in a file for the time being, but ultimately I want to come up with a pattern for being able to cleanly specify a list of things to load into an individual item, but as individual lines in a file. So the ability to define this is the level, this is level 1, and then subsequent rows that say these go into level 1. How will we do that? That's tricky. That's a completely different thing. So for the time being, we're going to have it where you have to define them up front. So when it comes to an entity spawn, we need a way to determine how many of them, and that means we're going to have the JSON contain a number. So for as many that we spawn, and we also need a public spawn point. We're going to leave this as spawn point. There's going to be a conversion that I have to go through to change these to something else, but for now, it'll do. We're going to need a catalog name converter. So we'll get you, pull you down here. Just be a catalog name converter or a spawn point. What time are we at? We're going to take our delayed break here for a moment. I will be back in a couple minutes. Okay. strange noise that I may have to go investigate elsewhere, but for the time being, let's continue. Okay, so we get a spawn point. So during this, first we're going to say spawn point. Wow, those hands were way off of home position. Start spawning, and we're going to stop spawning. This in a moment. So we're going to create a list of positions for this, and positions add. We'll need to change this again. Oh. Oh. Man. Well, I brought this on myself. Let's go. We need an index. This. And we return position. Hey. We are ripping out a sort of hack that we had in place. We use index there. Because previously yeah, that would always be 0 that we pass in. So in spawn point by default for this one, adding index here would always be 0. Oh, I know why we were doing that, and that wasn't working. Okay. That was trying to offset the traffic jam problem with the spawn on the side intermeshed issue. If you weren't around for that, rest assured it was annoying. And is part of the reason that we are doing this the way we're doing it now. Do this as a more complex operation to make it concise, but we're not gonna. Equal to there. Remove index. Remove last spawns. Okay, because we'd already removed last spawns. Didn't we? Okay. Okay. Quick build and see if I've missed anything. It's at least a start. Let's make sure that it still runs. The new stuff that we're adding is irrelevant to the game's current operation. Okay. Here. Unfortunate. There we go. Okay. So we stopped spawner item from going haywire here, and we did that so that in world event, for spawning enemies, we can just get the spawn points, get spawn position. So we're adding each of those. Why is this relevant? Because when an entity spawner operates here, it's possible that we want to deal with the individual spawns differently. Or at least we're going to be able to do this. Let's just simplify here. For a spawner, we're just going to do it this way. This is catalog, copy, entity. Last index spawned. As an entity. Spawn.build. If can't really have a list of lists. If we're going to have multiple entity types, then we're just going to assume that they're all going to get the same behaviors. Which in general should be movement only. I could have a dictionary of lists, but as far as getting the JSON to do that, I don't wanna. But the assertion will be here is that if I'm going to have multiple entities, is that they're just going to be those different entities, but they're going to behave the same way. So if I create a snake of multiple different types of entities, then they're all going to be part of the same snake. Just straight up, that's it. And in general, you wouldn't have that, because there could be variations in the entities that could get weird if you do it that way. But that's down to configuration. What I don't want is that the behaviors would be different. So all of them are going to be part of a snake, or all of them are going to converge on the player, that kind of thing. If we need multiple spawns of different types of entities, then you can create offset spawn frequencies. That would, you start 1 second after they're each on a 3-second timer. So you have 3 different ones that are spawning a little offset from each other, or overlapping in a particular way, if you want them to behave differently. So we're going to build it. We're going to pass in behaviors. This should still be a 4. Count. Index spawned plus equal or plus plus. So the entity that we're copying is, let me show you here. we could get it by name. This could be a list of names. Instead of converting it to a list of entities, because we don't actually need the entity here. And in reality, that's probably a good idea. To think how we do. Yeah, I could just have this be a list of strings, and I can fetch it by ID by doing a get entity on it. This does have an element of danger to it, though, because this can be loaded and could be operated on without one of these existing. But at that point, you've messed up your scripts. So what this does is ultimately, it's the equivalent of this with entity. So we go in and we get the appropriate properties out of it. Inside the catalog, there exists, if I were to do it by name, there exists an entity that is like that already. So what this means is once instantiated, I have a local copy. I could, in theory, mess with this local copy before duplicating it. But that kind of ruins the point. Better that I mess with behaviors when I build it. That's something that I should consider, is having a separate data validation system that can say, okay, look over the contents of these and make sure they exist. So instead of having a convert them into entities, because I don't need them to be entities immediately, I'm just like, I am fetching a particular one when it's needed. We're going to leave this as is for now. We could still make that change. Because this ultimately is, as it stands, we're creating copies that we're never really going to use. There's always an intermediate step where we're duplicating them again. If I didn't have that, I could just copy the list of strings. And we could just do it by ID as we are anyway. Would save us some song and dance too. Let's do it. If we get into them needing extra properties, in this scenario, if they needed extra properties, there's a whole lot extra that needs to happen to make that work. It's just... We duplicate that, and instead it's going to be get entity, which will return an entity of that. So now we haven't created a copy until we need to. And we're still fetching it by ID. It's kind of 6 one way, half a dozen the other here, though. Because I still need to fetch it each time, and part of fetching it is creating a copy of that one. Of the one that's in the catalog. Yeah, let's put that back. Round and round we go. We'll keep this. Yeah, there's a bit of stuff that I could still do with the catalog to make this cleaner. Like I could do a get entity with the expectation that you, or copy entity that you pass an entity in and you get that back out, yada yada. Okay. So when it's just this kind, when it's a entity spawn, then this is all we're going to do. So now we have a world event entity spawn. It is a world event. It has the same category there. Then for the list, and the list is, this is the one that I really want to change. So list of spawner items here is a mess, because even if I clean it up the way I want to, such that this list object would contain our world events, and I could have parallel arrays for things like start time, end time, that still creates big, long chains of entries if I want to have a robust level. Where you got to assume like every 30 seconds, I might have a different event get triggered with overlap in them. For the time being, what we'll do is update to create a world event list that has those parallel collections. But we're going to need a special way of parsing that particular one in order to deal with it properly. That there would be a entry that that first has to get the parent object so that it can manipulate it. But the collection or the catalog currently doesn't allow for that kind of manipulation. That is a whole other thing. It's a whole other thing. Thinking. Push some buttons, push some buttons. Okay. So I've already put in logic to make entering lists cleaner. Well, I'm sorry, plausible in our current setup. But I wonder if I need to set up logic for parsing an individual file and converting it into subsections. Like generating these super lists in a different way. Where's our JSON stuff? It's something... I totally remember my own code base. I might need special ones that are handled as JSON files. And the loader might need to be able to differentiate and say, is this a game data file or is this a JSON file? If it's a JSON file, it's a JSON object. If it's a game data file, then we do the song and dance. Because some things are complicated enough that I think you're right. They merit being handled differently. As far as the code is concerned, the JSON files would just be data files that don't need to have the line-by-line conversion done to them. Yeah. Then I could still have sub-objects defined in them that cover some of the oddities. That is, the sub-objects inside of the parent object could have full definition out of them, because a event list item, so a line item in the list, can be complex because it would include the full event specification as well as its start and stop time. So the world event, when it begins, when it ends, would be a line item, but the line item is not something I need catalog entries for. That's just a standalone class that is part of the process. Yeah. Okay, so I have a couple of things here. Even the world event list is not a thing in and of itself. That is just a literal list in the world state. It is the list of events in the world state that I'm going to generate from a file that is likely going to be the world definition or the level definition. We would have its map information, its event list. And that would let us have the event list be a top to bottom list. Figure out what amounts to a in proper environment for editing it that won't drive me up the wall. But that's into Notepad++ JSON interpreter territory. I could still have a wrapper for a world event list so that I can do things like do the sorting, do the which ones are active versus which ones aren't, pass the events to them. So I may still do that and put them in their own thing so that the level can reference its level. Level 1 can have a level 1 list parallel object that it gets fed. Because the level list could easily still be a game data file, but each level's list of events is too complex to be in a game data file, because they can all have their own stuff. And that also opens the door to us having just more complex world events, more complex other things. Like, it would then be viable for us to have the list of different behaviors in this. So each entity could have its own added behaviors in a world event entity spawn. Is it going to for now? No, I just don't think you should do that. Again, that sounds more like you should have overlapping interwoven events instead of one event to try to handle all of it. That would get messy. Okay, so we're going to get more of these defined conceptually for now. New keyboard is working for me, but I'm prone to double tapping some of the keys. This is a much clickier keyboard, which I like. I like very tangible feedback for keystrokes, but it looks like this one's sensitivity is enough that I'm kind of mistyping more than normal. I mistype a lot. Yeah, I is giving me some trouble. Weird. Anywho, so this is not a catalogable. This is just part of the data structure that we're going to use. So we'll have a public world event. Get set. Okay, but how do we do? World event is a known commodity in the system because it is part of the catalogable chain. As long as a world event list doesn't have child classes, or that I don't specify it precisely, we should be okay. This will be fiddly. We'll need to keep an eye on this. So, if this isn't exactly what we're dealing with, if a world event list item has permutations to it, then I need to add some more JSON black magic into the code to get the permutations, to get the inheritance chain properly handled. For the time being, though, world event list item, as long as it is just that class, we should be okay with it. This is the complex guy. This is the thing that will also, because it is cataloged, have an entry in it for interpreting it as a thing. How do we do that? That's a catalog name converter. This one. Nameless, nameless, catalog name converter. That. So this is also where things are going to get a bit fiddly, but we should still be able to handle it in the same way. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. So we should be able to define this by fully defining the world event. by supplying the world event here, we may need the ability to add some extra properties here, though. But that should be okay. Because these are part of the chain, so I should be able to name them accordingly. So there's logic in here. I can't remember where it lives. Here we go. So when we begin the JSON process, one of the things that we're going to do is add our derived types. So catalogable types info.types here. Let's go and find that guy. So here's the sorcery. We have a static element here that is going to go in and find every type in the assembly that inherits from catalogable. And it's going to go in and say, for each of those, I am going to create this these values to say this type, so this child class of catalogable, it's going to be called this lowercase version of its class name. We use that in here to tell us what kind of thing to load, what kind of class this actually is. So I get the type name and the type, and I load that into the JSON parsing process. That means that inside of the data files, I can tell it, this is a spawner item. That way the JSON knows that class and its whole inheritance chain is what this is. So I don't have to go into the parent class and say, all of your child class iterations are these, and do that for each layer of the process. That is a gigantic maintenance nightmare. But in this case, I just have to know its class name. But this is ultimately a look at the assembly at runtime and find these things. This will be referenced almost immediately during the startup process. Anywho. So I have this, so I will be able to either do this by name converter, or I could have this just be a world event and fully define it inside of the list entry. So I could have a JSON object that fully defines this. I don't need it to be a reusable. Is that fantastic necessarily? I don't think so. But I also don't see a circumstance where I need to say that it's a real hassle for me to say, and now we're going to spawn bats one at a time around the player, kind of thing. If I need to write that multiple times, that's okay. I wouldn't want to have to redefine a bat every single time I do that, but just saying 1 bat a second for the next 30 seconds, that seems reasonable as a rewrite of data. That doesn't feel like a onerous repetition. So if we do this, then as far as the JSON is concerned, I define this fully, I define this, and I define this. So this one becomes a sub-object that has a type string of world event or one of its children. And because the JSON has that defined, we should be okay with child classes. This is an atomic thing by itself. I could also add another type parser that looks for metadata elements, but let's not do that for now. Hey there, Boom. I think I'm going to need to go get a beverage here. We'll do that in a moment. World state isn't so terribly complicated that we're going to need to revise it too much. Let's get our world events defined in the system first. Let's get these loading. I still need to have a fail state indicator in our initial load. Let's do a run, make sure nothing is fundamentally broken right now. And I'll do an interim save state. It's not a clean commit. It's just a save state. I don't want to lose work if my workstation crashes here kind of thing. Okay. We'll leave these all as is. Commit, push. Okay. But welcome, Boo. Welcome. And now we have our list item. We are going to change our loading process here. So by default, we're looking for game data files. We have create JSON string here. This is where we're turning it into JSON. These are line items, line items. Okay, a read file here. Okay. Then we have our merge individual file contents. It's glomming them all together. This is our parse of the... Okay, load catalogables. Oh, no, we're still not there. Read files. Okay. We do 2 passes here. We would want to be able to do 2, well, we want to merge 2 checks in. I don't want to only get... let's check something. Do I do an OR in my file search pattern? Okay. Okay. Easy enough, just pipe. So our get individual file contents. If it's a JSON, we need to fork there. Because this will be file name, I believe, and then all of the object name JSON strings here. Then we're going to flatten that down into object name JSON, and then we parse the data accordingly. Or we try to load it. And load catalogables. Yeah, this is where we're ultimately deserializing those objects and saying, is this valid? If this fails, we do want to... If we bail out here, if we have a non-success, I want to record what didn't work. So we do an else, and we go through and say, okay, these didn't work. These entries didn't work. And ideally, I would have the errors that went with them. Do I have that yet? No. Maybe future Newt will get to it. We'll put the work on that jerk. Okay, so when we get individual file contents here, let's merge them. So we're going to get a string, an object to JSON, or an object name to JSON, and the files that we get here are the relevant bits. So I have my files coming in, and I'm going to create file to dictionary. For the purposes of a JSON, it will be the file to a dictionary of one thing. So we get our file path. We're going to get our file contents. That is the file name. That will become the catalogable name that we would use. Individual file contents. Each of those is a string to dictionary of dictionaries. That's part of read file. So first the file exists, we load it in. We're reading it line by line here. This is where we assume it's a game data file. So this is the line by line read, which will ultimately go through the process of creating the JSON string. But we won't need to create the JSON string here. So we need to go down a different path with a read JSON file here. That needs to be part... yeah. Is going to be a dictionary of string to string task here. We still need to return a dictionary, but it's going to be only the one thing. So the ID is the first value. This is going to be the file name. This is not great, but this is like the level list, so the file name should be not burdensome here. Let's just nab these here. Does the exact same thing. It's never called, that's why it's whining. Need think so this is if there is something in the file. Let's put this back here a moment. Yeah, I need to actually, give it the parameter that it wants. Think, and we just load it directly into contents here. So if it's a JSON string or JSON file path, then we use this one. And those will load as if the file name is the catalogable ID of the whole thing. So when we're reading the files, we're going to use our search pattern here. So I have get individual file contents. Which is here. That's where we're getting all of the files for each. So this is going to give us our individual file contents here. So we're going to say if at that file dot invariant. Hey there. Hey there, James. Good to see you again. To lower invariant. The reason you use invariant is that there are a couple of languages, or like the text sets for languages, where to lower will not give you the same character that you think it is. Like there are variations on lowercase r kind of thing that won't come through as the same string if you don't use invariant. It is a corner case that can bite you in some very particular circumstances, and it doesn't hurt you to use to lower invariant instead. To my understanding. All right. technically volatile, but contain nothing. Okay, so that broke the data loading entirely. Okay, we never even got here. Which means it's not getting any files, which probably... Oh, I think I know where the problem is. Let's verify, though. This catalog should... Data path. Let's go all the way down here and find our root file here, read files. Welcome, Devas. So is it that you're trying to get started with coding in particular games, and you've been using AI for that, or large language models for that? But you're kind of running into a wall in that regard. Is that what you're dealing with? Search pattern, which is equal to that. From a coding in general perspective, things like large language models, your chat GPT and the like, almost universally, the place I'd start with that is to use them as a web search assistant. As far as coding, as far as game dev is concerned, prefixing it with that again, pretty much every question you would have getting started is already out there in some form, and the trick is finding the answers to it. If, say, you're starting with Godot and C# like I'm working with, or Godot and GD script, the tutorials that Godot itself puts out are fantastic and will get you running with a lot of different tools. Otherwise, pretty much everything you could have is out there in some form. That is a good kickoff point. I can't say for certain whether Unity has the same documentation tutorials out there, but I would expect that you're going to find the same kind of thing. Somewhere there is somebody describing the circumstance. Now, that's only half of it, though. The other half, it's not even the other half, but another really significant part is learning to break what you're trying to do down into smaller and smaller parts so that you can understand how to solve the small parts instead of trying to solve the big part all at once. The entirety of today's stream has been breaking things down smaller and smaller and smaller until we reach a possible solution that can expand out from there. If you tackle it that way, you're going to have a better time learning how to program. And then tools like chatbots and the like, completion tools like that, are now assisting you instead of, for the most part, trying to use them to do the work for you. They may be able to solve immediate problems, but they're not going to create a code base that you understand unless you could have written that yourself. Not necessarily easily, but unless you could have come to the same conclusions and you understand and agree with what the code it generated is, you won't get very far. But if you can already understand what it's doing and you can pick and choose the parts that it has suggested because you know that those will work, or you feel like those will actually work because of your own knowledge, then you'll get there. But shorter version, look up tutorials. Do not feel like you shouldn't be using tutorials and online resources. Those are some of the greatest things available to us as the result of the internet age. If you ever get the impression from somebody that real programmers don't look something up online, do not trust that person as far as learning programming. Now, don't believe everyone out there any more than you should just plonk ChatGPT code or, fill in your LLM of choice into your code base. It's just a bad idea. But knowledge you find like that can be a kickoff point to learning how to solve the problem. That is my convoluted and long-winded suggestion. Hello there, Quet. I saw a cat meme today that was one of those like I can has cheeseburger kind of things, cat can have little salami thing. And at some point somebody said, Grok, can cat has little salami? And it was, well, cats can have little salami, but it should only be a little bit because it contains spices and chemicals that aren't necessarily good for cats in more than tiny quantities. And I found it hilarious that it actually used the term salami instead of salami. But hello, Quit. Welcome. And hello, Lunar. We do not have a Pal World style Stardew Valley minigame yet. Perhaps we'll get there. Okay, so that's why it's breaking down. We're not getting any files out of a search pattern that has the pipe in it. But why is... here's a good demonstration of it. The internet has lied to me. Get files out of dictionary. I am not subjecting you to me doing internet searches at the moment. Yeah. People have started to, like, we're culturally anthropomorphizing completion matching programs at this point. Very robust and complicated completion matching programs, but completion matching programs nonetheless. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we have all 6 kitties. Molly is across from the keyboard. You can see everything but her head and lower hind paws. Ember and Sky are up in the tree. Ember is in the foreground, and Sky is the entirety of the background of the little box up there. And then Mason, Sherbet, and Sammy, top to bottom, left to right, are on the bed there. Yeah, it's akin to the humanoid robots where people are like, oh, they've made amazing advancements. Yes, they have. But they're still often bad for purpose, and some of the things people are trying to make them do are ridiculous. Devas, I would read tutorials. Again, I understand you're using Unity, and I'm not suggesting you switch off of it. But to give you an example of the kind of things you can find in tutorials, and like I said, I'm sure there is something like this for Unity, but for Godot, I found tutorials that are how to make this kind of game real quick, like a really simple how to do this using this dev engine. Go ahead, look at those. Even if you don't just replicate the exercise, even if you try to kick off into your own thing right away, that will give you a lot of knowledge every time you do it. Sometimes that knowledge is, well, that won't work at all. But sometimes it can lead you into interesting solutions. Path. Search pattern. Doesn't support regex. Okay. How can do? I could just do 2 gets and merge the arrays. Thanks for swinging through then, Ames. Okay, we could brute force it. I don't necessarily like that. That is always the fun thing, Lunar, in AI discussions, is a lot of things center around like, oh, but what if they do something terrible, like they take over weapons systems or nuclear launch codes or shut down the internet. And that presupposes that they have become intellectually people, and then we gave them the power to do that. But why would you do that? Why would you give an AI like a fully autonomous, intelligent computer program access to the launch codes? And I mean, that's kind of the scenario. Yes, yes. Quit and Lunar, because people are stupid, and that's not a problem with the AI. There are stupid people that we put in charge of critically important things, and that's the problem. Not that AI would misuse them, but because you gave it to a stupid person, who then gave it to a flawed person. But why? So I can't use regex for this, but what can I use? Documentation, tell me. Oh. Okay, never mind. Okay, so I was looking for like, oh, I should use a search pattern. But why? I'm doing that later. I'm manually doing that later. This is just saying, get me all the files in the data folder. Well, I'm glad I could help, Dev. And don't look at it as, let me switch over to game view while I'm saying this, so that I don't forget. Asking for help is not a fundamentally stupid thing. You can be stupid about it, but asking for help is a positive thing. That is I'm looking it up online, I'm reading a book. All of those things are seeking help. And not being willing to do that is, frankly, the stupid thing. It's better to reach out for help. Now, you can be annoying about it. You can pester people about getting help. But that's not fundamental to seeking help. Personally, quit the AI learning off of each other won't go anywhere. The problem that we're facing right now is diminishing returns and local maximums, where the data that we're pulling is starting to reinforce behaviors that we don't necessarily want in these kind of models. We are seeing circumstances where the data sets are starting to self-poison as well. So we are reinforcing its information with information that is skewing the probability of getting the right thing. So in a grossly simplified fashion, LLMs often have, they have their pool of information. They have the most probable solution. That's not inaccurate, Quit. Too much prawn in the economy knowledge AI. Though comically or amusingly, history has told us that if you want to see what kind of advancements, what kind of new technology is going to be up and coming, then the adult entertainment industry and the arms manufacturing industry, military and adult entertainment are the places that technology tends to come from. Like, there are elements of the internet in general and payment processing that come from adult entertainment. But it's as much things like let's say a majority of people get something wrong, but they still answer the question with confidence, but nobody goes back to say, that's wrong. Somebody found the solution somewhere else and they moved on with their life. If that wrong answer keeps getting replicated out there in the internet and it is not, taken down or corrected, or there isn't some sort of data grooming that happens, then that wrong answer might be misinterpreted in the data set as the right answer, let's say 60% of the time. If it's not the wrong answer frequently enough, or it's not the right answer frequently enough, then the dice roll that LLMs make could increasingly frequently point you at the wrong answer with increasing confidence. That kind of thing, yes. Where the Mandela effect is something that I fully anticipate is going to start causing problems with things like LLMs. Where there are people confidently saying that something is not as it is, not out of malice, but out of, they're being genuine, and there are people that believe them. Doesn't need to be crazy conspiracy theories. It can just be things that people that think are right but are wrong. 8 glasses of water a day. You're going to find people saying that that is true like crazy. While it's not fundamentally false, it is also not accurate. But that's not going to stop it from making assertions that it is perfectly accurate. If there is not enough contradictory information, or it isn't pointed at data sources that are given precedence. But we also now are having an increasingly big data set of stuff that that LLMs have generated themselves. So we're going to have LLMs that are generative AIs, or generative machine learning algorithms that are trained on information that other generative tools have produced. So if they get it wrong in any way, that data is getting piped back into it with tags that imply it's correct. So if it's the 6 fingers on a hand thing, if that happens frequently enough, then a hand has 6 fingers. X% of the time. Or, they hold the sword upside down, or nobody has feet because we crop off the feet because the feet always look weird. That kind of thing. The data set is becoming increasingly toxic, and that's also without people actively poisoning it. I do love the arms race. There are still things in the art community that haven't been defeated by people making these LLMs that essentially creates poison pill art. They have shown that it's still working, and that you can do things like, hey, here's the data sample if you have no poisoned samples. And it's like a dog, a cat, that kind of thing. And then they're showing that with not a lot, but a sufficient number of poisoned examples with extra data applied to them that is mostly invisible to the human eye, you can have things like, as far as the generative program is concerned, when you ask for a dog, you're going to get a suitcase or a car. because that's one of the things when I mentioned that people are anthropomorphizing it, it doesn't know anything. There's a complex series of equations that convert tags into fuzz, and then complex algorithms that turn that fuzz into images. Grossly simplified, technically inaccurate, but kind of aligns with the results. The fun thing, Quit, is that when it says suitcase instead of dog, the suitcase doesn't look like a dog. But there is an interstitial period where it does. I think that's the word, interstitial. I know intermediary would be accurate. Anywho. Okay, we get all of the files, and then when we're getting individual file contents, we're going to cull any that aren't JSON or game data files. So we're removing search pattern. Click. For those wondering, when I mentioned that I moved away from purely JSON files, that's why. I have 115 files in these folders. A lot of them there are a lot of texture files, but a majority of them are these game data files. So, like, I have 28 of these, and each of these contains more stuff. Texture files are numerous as well. So I'll be able to cull this list down if I can get the search pattern there. But I have 30 files containing multiple things each. It doesn't take long for the ability to maintain them to plummet. Okay, so we're going to go in. We're going to run this. And it's going to work fine because there are no .jsons. That's not good. It shouldn't be spinning this long. Oh. Okay, I didn't filter it properly. Sir. This guy has come to bug me. Okay, you've got food, so it's not a food thing. It's actually a chin scratches thing. Okay. That is the back third or so of Sky. So you get scratches. Gotta give him attention so he doesn't mess with the mouse. Come here. Come on. He says, no, I want to sit over here with my butt on the heating pad. And my head resting against the mouse. Okay. My hand is not on the mouse. Cursor is in the center of the screen. Now you can see the cursor is drifting down and left. He has one paw braced against it, and the other is, doing the "this is very nice cat flex paw" thing, but it's pushing on the mouse. More so than Ember, I cannot interact with the mouse right now because he is blocking all of its movement. I could move him, but he's being nice. Yeah. Give him a little slow blink. If a cat ever looks at you and it does a really slow, like, kind of a blink, a slow close the eyes, pause, open the eyes, that is another big sign of affection. With cats, a lot of their signs of affection are displays of vulnerability. They are in your presence closing their eyes. They are removing their ability to see you if you were to take a hostile action. When a cat rolls over and exposes its belly, now keep in mind, there are some cats that love belly rubs. Let's say 50-50 at best on that. But if they expose their belly, that is a sign of affection. That is them saying, look, I trust you. And that's why with some cats, if you touch their belly, they then flip right out and start like mauling you. Because that is a you have betrayed me reaction. If they don't like belly rubs and they do that, you can often just scratch their back or the back of their head. If they don't recoil from you reaching over, and they like that better. Like Sky likes back scratches. Things are moving along. I'm messing with some file loading in preparation for messing with spawning, using an entirely new class structure. Let's do a false. Okay, we have a cat head on the mouse currently. File. Lift cat head, mouse wheel down. Actually. If file contents. Awkward typing, go. Here. So, yes, we're looking to make level creation easier. Right now, if I just have like a couple of spawn sequences, it's straightforward, but getting the number that would be necessary to make a level compelling, getting those in there would be a huge maintenance burden. It would be way too many files and way too big, way too long in the row perspective to keep track of. File contents. Count, yes, it's greater than 0. If we have something to load, let's load it. Sir. So he does. He has the whole side of his head braced against my mouse hand. Run code. That's not right at all. Sir. 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 Buddy. Oh. He has his head smooshed up against the cat barrier here around the keyboard. Massaging a paw here. Okay, those textures are not being loaded in. Is it just textures, or is it something else that's failing? You goofball. He gets chin scratches. Yeah. Sometimes he really wants you to just really work your thumb against his ear. Just like really get in there. Not into the ear, but, you know, against the surface of it. But pressing against the opening. And he will just lean into that. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Quit. When I launched the stream today, my assertion was generally that since it was a redesign day, that there would be a lot of despairingly staring into the distance. Because we got to figure out how to do stuff. For me, Sammy is the loudest one as far as yelling at me when she wants attention. Molly cries as well, and it's a pitiful little sound. It's a very sad kitty sound. Mason, with the addition of Molly after Sammy, but Molly especially, Mason has taken to trying to cry as well, and he just has the meekest little squeak. Like, you can hardly hear it. He is a big sweet lummox is what he is. Like, he wants to crawl up across my shoulder like Ember, but he doesn't like being held in the same way. And he'll just kind of stare off behind me while he's doing it. It's got this, am I doing this right? kind of vibe. Sometimes your pet becomes a spoiled child, and it's a matter of gracefully working through the situation. Sometimes expressions like that can be indications that there's something else that they actually want you to resolve. Like sometimes Sky gets really needy like this, and it's why I always check over at the food dish whenever he is. He can get really needy and a little bit more insistent about it if the food dish is empty and he wants some food. Not always, but that is a possibility, and it presents as almost the same behavior. Sometimes cats will get withdrawn or hostile or just kind of obnoxious if there's something in their environment that they don't like. So it can be tricky to find out what that is. One of my prior cats, Rorschach, big brick house of a tuxedo. For a while, he wasn't using the litter box, and I couldn't figure out what it was. But it ended up being that a litter that all of the cats were fine with. Sometimes it was like a wood-based litter. Sometimes he had very dainty paws. He was really sensitive about his paws. So there was definitely something like tactile that he didn't like. So periodically he wasn't using the litter box. I changed back to the old litter and behavior perfect again. But it wasn't that he would yowl at the litter box or something like that. It's just that he would periodically not use it. And that it's that kind of investigative process. Is there something that would burn off their energy? It's like, do they want you to play with them versus pet them? That kind of thing. Active, like, play with a cat wand play is tricky with mine because Sherbet, Ember, Sammy, Molly, they all will just like grab and briefly pull at things. They kind of dart around and chase things. Mason and Sky, though, they try to catch and kill. So if they catch the little toy at the end of the wand or the line or whatever, they will get a death grip on it and try to pull it away from me. Full-on dog tug of war, trying to haul the whole thing out of my hands. And if they get it, they'll growl at the other cats and run away with it. So it's with that, it's acknowledging that the different ones want to play in different ways. So finding ways that you can do that for them, kind of stuff. Hey there, spectator. Okay, why is file not loading? Because this should give us file contents. Are there files that were previously loading? Before I was expecting game datas, so... got our textures, and it is in visuals that we're defining that kind of thing. So we have a texture wrapper for that. Let's run this again. Okay, well, we're not spinning on them, but that doesn't mean we're actually reading the files. So do we ever get anything like this? We didn't. Okay. So let's go here and see if we ever get... Ah, okay. That's why. Because it's... the extension includes the dot. Oops. Loading. Functional. Okay, another intermediary save. Okay, we need a test JSON file now. Let's do a simple one here. So this is going to be a spawner item. This with this a moment. Okay, so we're going to make a quick little JSON file. What is our type discriminator here? $type. This is how we're going to have to do it. Spawner item. And where is it? Spawner item. We need what? Hey there, Slummy. We are making a game, yes. We're making our own Vampire Survivor style game. What is that one called? I do. I have coded professionally for many years. This is the first time I'm doing much. I'm doing a substantial project in C#, Godot, and game development. Each of those things individually is a new part of that project. We have been at it a while. Take you. I have not. I have worked on no games in the past. We're winging it. Zero. That's just to be consistent. We still do some game streaming, Salami. The most recent one we've been playing is Hitman. We started playing Hitman. I'd never played a Hitman game before, but I consider murder simulator games kind of relaxing, and Hitman is a great murder simulator. So behaviors is not treated that way. Behaviors is this, this, and do this. So this is a spawner item. It should create something called spawner test in our list if this works. So a big part of this, Salami, is recognizing that streaming is not going to be something that happens fast. I've been doing this for a bit now, and it's something that you can't assume will ever blow up, or that if you do get to success as a streamer, and that's, you need to be realistic about what success means. It may take a long time. There are even some famous streamers that you may think about that actually took quite a while before it became a big thing. And that's where I try to keep it. I pay attention to what people like to watch. What works for the channel, what kind of things people say that they like in the streams, and try to roll with that. Okay, well, that didn't explode. That doesn't mean that it worked. Oh, I would still love to take off. I suspect it would be super stressful. But I also am... I acknowledge the reality of streaming in general, and that's that I am one among many, many thousands, and that success is an incremental process. Yeah, I should do some puzzle games again. I don't know that people like nonograms, but I do like playing the nonogram games. They're very relaxing too. I did play Deltarune. I've played Deltarune off stream. I have decided that I won't do Deltarune and Undertale on stream. I have tried. I am greatly offended by the rights management company's behavior when it comes to the music of those games. And you just can't play those games without the music going. That is a reason that, like, when I was playing Hitman and whatnot, this is the music you will hear. When I'm playing Monster Hunter, even though Capcom is really good about it, I don't trust. I've come to the point where I don't trust them. There are a lot of people that have had no problems with particular games, but I've been dinged too many times that I don't trust it. But as for the games themselves, Undertale and Deltarune are fantastic. Deltarune is really running with the learnings that they got out of the quality on Undertale. It's that much and more. Okay, in the catalog file reader, I want to go in and I want to look at the read JSON file. Here. And we want to see that it happened. Well, thanks for swinging through, Salami. Hopefully I will get onto schedule once again this week, and the next one will happen soon. Okay, we never read the file. That is interesting. It's in the data folder. Let's close it just to be sure. Okay, so we're just going to go here and we're going to see what files we get. It's a game datas. That's because it's a text file, not a JSON file. Womp womp. We are not at end of stream. We're going to read the contents. We get a big pile of stuff. We add it. Get out of here. We're going to load all of that. We're going to step out of you. Okay, so now we're going to pause our game here. We are going to go into base catalog and we are going to look for a copy call here. We're going to put a little marker there because that's going to immediately get called. Look at our catalog. Look at our catalogables. That's interesting. Timer gate is not in the same namespace. I'll have to fix that. And I'll totally remember too. It's a spawner item. Let's point test. I don't see it. Should be spawner test. This would be... Round spawner test. As the JSON, it should have come through as that. Malformed. Let it load. In here, start. Once again. There we go. Okay, we can now load JSON. I'm sorry, we can now directly load JSON into the system. It is, we have been able to load JSON, just not directly from our files here. Check out some stuff real quick. Okay. There we go. Okay. Neat, neat. Alrighty. So it's not a catalogable, but so world event list item isn't. I feel like a world event list would be catalogable. We could also load world events in manually. But again, the world events with their frequencies and counts and whatnot, I want them to be loaded after. So we need the idea of a world event list. We'll leave you alone for now. Yeah. Play partial. Yeah, I'm double tapping I. I don't know if it's because there's something caught in the keyboard or if I'm just double tapping I. Distinctly possible, just that the sensitivity of the keyboard is slightly different than my last one. Is this going to be a thing by itself, or would it be part of the definition of a level? Because I'm not going to use it on multiple things. It's not like an entity where I'm going to reuse it when I load it in, that there are multiple places it would happen. The world event list for a given level is that level's thing. That's where it exists. In the same way that I don't need a behavior list for blobs. We tried to have that before. That was a mess. I mean, I still could, but I don't have to. That can be just defined as what a blob is. Or it can be defined as part of what a blob is. It can be defined as part of the world event that spawns blob. So the list is just that, but also list of event list item. Items. Okay. All right. For now, that is just a thing in and of itself. So we'd have a world event list items there. And world event list items have a start and an end in a world event. Then these can have function to them. I'm going to say level. Level.cs. New and new. Partial. And this is catalogable. Okay, and so that needs to have some stuff from some of these other doodads here. We're just going to get these things loaded into the catalog and see how it plays out. I used to be able to type fast, and then I got into coding extensively more and more, and my typing slowed down. But that's largely because you don't type words and sentences in coding. A lot of times you're typing gibberish that is relevant to a particular language. Yep. There's also the factor that if you're typing fast enough, you might miss the fact that there is a complete, like, these are two different libraries. Godot Math little f or System Math big F. Those are different. They have a lot of the same functions, though. So you might not notice. Brain stop working. Oh, okay. All right, now I need our copy constructor, which is able to just remember. Okay, catalogable with base. Getting late enough. Level copy is equal to level to copy. Read explode if you like. Like, think. World event list. World event list with get in set. So in theory now, we should be able to load level here as a thing. We're going to keep some of this in here. We're going to say world event list. That is going to be an actual thing. Let's have a $type. This is a event entity spawn. A world event entity spawn has entities is a list. List will have what is it? Do I have an enemy? Here we go. Just going to spawn the first one, then we're going to have our behaviors, which is going to be the same thing here. That's not right. This is a world event list item first. And these are different because they're not predefined things. Well, they're not predefined things in the same way. World event list has world event list items is a list, which contains one of these. Okay. So it contains a world event list object. That object, which is not a catalogable, contains world event list items. That is a list, square brackets, of world event list. I'm sorry, world event items. Well, these contain world event list items. So each of these is also a thing. But it's not just that. We need our world event list item. It has a world event property. Which is defined here. It has a start time and an end time property. Okay, and this particular world event has some extra properties to it. It has a frequency property. And we're going to set that to every 2 seconds. So that is fundamental to world event. And our list item has its start and end time, which lives here. Those are from our copy over. Okay, so we have a level type. It has world event list. That's all it's got. World event list contains world event list items. That's currently all it do. There'll be methods inside of it to make functional use of it. That world event list items is a list of world event list item. And a world event list item contains a world event, which we have fully defined here, a start time and an end time. Okay. So in our file reader here, we're going to jump down to read files. And we're going to step over load catalogables here, or into it, either way. Some of my files are getting complex enough that, and some of the function signatures are chunky enough that just scrolling isn't cutting it. Where are you at? Run to cursor. We have one thing left, And that is immobile test. Huh. And punch cards, that would have been wild, you know? Catalogable. Get catalogable what? That is level test. It did not load world event list. But it exists. We got something in it. That is a start. As a world event list, which is a world event list item or object, which we define here, but it may be that because we haven't typed them, it can't parse it. It doesn't know what to instantiate that as. I wonder if I can do it at the namespace level. Assembly. Subclass of, yes, yes. What could we do? I could make them catalogables. There's nothing wrong with them being catalogables, and it would cover this issue. And the only thing that I'd need to add is the copy constructor and typing. So in theory, I could have list like world event lists and world event list items in catalogables. So it doesn't really hurt me to do it. So I'm gonna do it. I mean, you're not far off there, Tess. Not far off at all. It's kind of this whole project. World event will be a catalogable as well. We'll get to that in a moment, but is equal to services catalog copy. It won't like that because this isn't catalogable yet. Wait, world event is catalogable. Oh. Womp womp. There we go. This returns a catalogable. We had to tell it explicitly, this is definitely going to be one of these because we're copying one of these. Technically an assumption, but not really a problem. Event list item should have one of these. So lookable B. I should make a function on catalogable that is a baseline for returning the instance copy kind of thing, where it casts the copy into the base into the class that we're dealing with and spits it back. But anyhow. Get me item. What? Emphatically press Control C. All right. So this will duplicate the list of world event items. In there, we're going to just say world event list. List. And world event is already a catalogable. Entity spawn is a world event, so it is catalogable. Okay. What this does is at runtime, it will detect this class and load it in. One of these is, in theory, if I rig it up such that you can add libraries to the game at runtime, that it has some process for pulling in, like say a mod code library, not just the data files, that these catalogables could be pulled in from those because they're part of the running assembly. That is down the road. So very far. Okay, we're going to do a quick build. We have built. So now, in this, so the world event list is a $type world event list. And the list items, each of these is a $type. If you're curious, the $type is, this is the default, but you can change this in your code if you want. In theory, this should now work. Oops. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, there we go. Still, world event list is null. Wait a minute. Oh, it's a getter setter. World event list in level in world event list. It's an object with type world event list. Sends catalogable. Let's go through and make sure we aren't missing something that causes it to be malformed. It's a list item, which is a world event list item. Comma. Word. This isn't loading correctly. No, that should load correctly. These are These are being passed in. And because of that, these should be getting loaded in that particular fashion. Comma, 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 no comma, 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 no comma. That all looks correct. Might have to pick this up next time. Is a type of level. It has a level test name. That is accurate. But its world event list, which is an object, is null. It shouldn't be null. It should be. It should have that. But perhaps in this particular case, let's... just throw that in there. No, wait, that's not true. That can't be. Yeah, that doesn't help us. That's I was thinking about it as if it were a list. It's not a list, that is the name of it. This is an encapsulated object. All right, so let's rip some parts out real quick here. So this will contain no world event list items. World event list is still null. As an individual item we can get, it's the nested structure that seems to be going wrong here. Might have to look into some syntax, but I thought this is exactly what we were doing. Oh no. All right, we'll have to eyeball this a little bit later. So for the time being, we'll wrap up there. Hope everybody had a good time tonight. We actually did make a lot of progress. This is another one of those nights where everything that we were doing was all in the code and would fundamentally be invisible if we ran the game. But this happens a lot, and this is something that is not uncommon from a coding perspective, is you're not doing something that is really tangible to somebody looking in from the outside, but the impact that you're technically having, the things that I'm changing in the code, are really substantial. Like these will have far-reaching impacts. But we'll have to see from there. In the meantime, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of those things, they help the channel grow. So push those buttons. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through the means that each platform provides, as well as through platforms like Patreon and Ko-fi. You can find links to all of my channels in the link tree in the video descriptions and in my bio on Twitch. But with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.